Trivia, Sandbar, 7 o'clock, Wednesday. See you there.
Enter to win Ashley's monthly $1,000 giveaway with any purchase now through December 2024. A winner every month. Don't miss out on Ashley Cash. Visit Ashley Furniture Home Store on 360 Dorsey Drive. This is home.
The views and opinions expressed on Straight Talk with Austin and Ellio do not necessarily reflect or represent the views of Stingray Media, its staff, or contributors. Callers to the program accept full responsibility for the views expressed. The show host and affiliates are not liable for any statements made or any harm claimed. All callers to the program indemnify Straight Talk from all claims. Offensive, defamatory, or unlawful content will not be tolerated. Be a part of the conversation by calling 745-2626. Now, here's Straight Talk with Austin and Ellio on Bobo FM.
Hello, K-Man. I'm your host, Austin Harris.
And I'm Ellio Solomon, and welcome to Straight Talk on 89.1 FM.
The phone lines are open, 745-2626. And certainly you can stream us live if you're not catching us live on your radio dial as part of your drive time home. You can stream us live on YouTube at Straight Talk Talk Show is the keywords that you would look up. And of course, you can also use the same Straight Talk Talk Show on both our Instagram and Facebook pages. If you are viewing us via streaming video on Instagram, just please note, as we've mentioned and we continue to mention on a daily basis, obviously Facebook and Instagram, or Meta, as my colleague reminded me, and Instagram. Well, I guess Meta owns them both these days, doesn't they? Certainly Meta requires at least 100 followers before we are allowed to start a streaming channel on both Facebook or Instagram. So whilst you're doing your surfing, by all means, send us a friend request and absolutely follow the channel so that we can reach our first goal, that first milestone of achieving 100 followers and being able to stream over multiple platforms. We are streaming on Instagram via the Rec Room 345. That's Rec Room, RECROOM 345, if you would rather see us on Instagram versus YouTube. But welcome to another episode of Straight Talk here on Bobo FM. My friend, how was your day today? Any concrete in your duties today?
I'm glad you asked.
I'm glad you asked.
There was a little bit of concrete, but I did it by proxy.
Oh, really? You hired somebody to do it,
I
huh?
had two workers doing it.
There you go. You called in and supervised.
Kind of.
Fantastic.
I got two guys working along with me, and I was able to leave them. They're competent. I can trust in them, Austin.
Very good.
So that was happening, and then I went around and did a couple other things that I had to do for myself and for Straight Talk.
It always amazes me. I tell you what. I mean, I've known you for a very long time.
Mm-hmm. This is true.
And I guess throughout our association, I never pictured you in the construction realm with a, whether you're building or you're pouring concrete. It's just not something I ever saw. I'm not suggesting you wouldn't be good at it, because I believe you'd be good at anything you put your mind at. Yeah. But I just never picture you as, there on the construction site, covered from head to toe in concrete dust.
The thing is that's part of life, right? There's a good story. I used to work with my dad from time I was about 10 years old. My dad was right outside of our door, had one of the old troughs with some concrete in it, and there I was trying to dig in there with the shovel and turn the concrete, and I was so short that my knuckles were raking against the concrete trough, cutting and scraping them up, and I'll never forget my mom coming out and looking and saying, "Tim, looks like you'll have someone to work with you now." So I've been doing it at least since I was 10 years old, but as at about 2018, I just said, you know what, I gotta do something here, and I just started and built this, built that. I love it.
Yes, no, well, good for you.
Yeah.
I'm all about shameless plugs, and why not plugging, my colleague and partner. What's the name of your business?
Well, I'm not even.
You don't want to go there.
Well, yeah, I don't want to go. I appreciate that though.
All right.
Like that. One day I might exploit that. But to be honest, right now I just have the company so that I can hire and do some of the projects that I want to do, and I do things for family and friends.
Yes.
But I'm not really pushing to get other business.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
I appreciate that.
Well, again, I'm impressed that you.
I love anything.
Swinging a hammer and
I love
doing
creativity. Honestly,
okay.
I do. Whether it's singing, what we're doing here. There's a creative side to it.
Yeah.
And same thing with construction. I love it.
Well, I admire people who are good with their hands, builders or otherwise. You know, I often joke about myself. You know, if you can't laugh at yourself, you know, what can you do? I know what a hammer looks like, but don't ask me what it does.
Right.
If I ever need one, I call the professionals type thing. You know what I mean? So with Valentine's Day around the corner, if you ladies, if you look at a man to be the handyman,
Rule me out.
Rule me out. I'm not that guy. But I have a Rolodex of 100 numbers.
Yeah, right.
I can find the right person for the right job.
I'm one of them, I'm sure.
You are absolute top of the list. You kidding me? Jack of all trades.
You're too kind, Austin. I don't know what to say about you. You sound like a friend.
I am a friend, always.
I appreciate that.
745-2626 is the number. Always inviting you to be a part of the conversation.
If you want.
And also for you WhatsAppers out there, whilst we don't have a 1-800 number yet, maybe that's something that we will be blessed with as the program grows. But certainly you can send us a voice note via WhatsApp if you don't want to spend your credit or otherwise on a direct call. Send us a quick voice note on WhatsApp. That number to call, 928-2562. We had one message on WhatsApp already asking us, you know, obviously what are our topics for today.
Yeah.
And if I may, certainly the primary topic that we want to begin with, really in earnest, is taking a look at the changes that have recently been made to the National Conservation Council, as was, I guess, in the headlines on both media outlets today, and certainly the talk of the town. And that's something I think maybe we'll touch on as the 5 o'clock hour approaches. Yeah. There have been, however, because we strive anyway to start off with some positive news and try to include the positive with perhaps the not so positive or controversial throughout the day. And we've been needing to do this since Monday, but you know, life sometimes has other plans for us. Former Chief Justice Anthony Smelly was recently appointed to the Privy Council. And I think that is a phenomenal accomplishment for someone who certainly, well, he's a Caymanian and has spent 25 of his 50 years in the legal profession as Chief Justice of the Cayman Islands. I think it's fantastic news, not only for Sir Anthony Smelly, because he was knighted.
Oh, wow.
He was knighted in June 2022.
Oh, wow.
It was, I know. Sir Anthony Smelly. So not only was he Chief Justice of the Cayman Islands, but certainly it's important to him, and it's also important for the Cayman Islands, this recent accolade.
I'm not surprised to hear that, but why don't I remember that?
I know. It's just one of the things that I guess you don't talk about it enough.
I guess when you're Chief Justice, Mel, a lot of times I've had a lot of the ceremonies and the accolades, so maybe somewhere in there I just lost it. But again, congratulations on the Sir.
Yes.
Being knighted. And of course, congratulations as well insofar as his and your appointment to the Privy Council.
Yes, no, indeed. It's a huge honor. Obviously, the Privy Council is the final court of appeal for most of the, if not all of the British Overseas Territories and some Commonwealth countries. So, you know, for those persons who feel aggrieved and feel that, you know, they've had the incorrect result after going through the Cayman legal process, Armory Court and Grand Court, the Privy Council, if your subject is perhaps worthy of being elevated to that level, the Privy Council has served as the final court of appeal for the British Overseas Territories. Just a few little interesting tidbits, because I discovered this once researching after learning that Sir Anthony Smelly has in fact been added to that Privy Council. The Privy Council started in the 13th century, and it used to be the executive arm of the UK Parliament, just like Cabinet is the executive arm for Parliament here in the Cayman Islands.
Okay.
In the 13th century, the Privy Council stood as that executive arm, but that all changed in the late 17th and early 18th century. In large part, now some very interesting members make up the Privy Council, of which now Sir Anthony Smelly counts himself in that number. The distinguished company of persons that make up the Privy Council includes persons such as the Archbishop of Canterbury and York, the Speaker of the House of Commons, the Lord Chief Justice of England and Wales, and most recently, the First Ministers of Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. Of course, His Majesty the King presides as head of the Privy Council. Again, its main function is to advise the King on giving formal effect to proclamations and orders in council, providing everything from constitution of the overseas territories to setting up a new government department, or, as we pointed out, being the final court of appeal for much of the British overseas territories and Commonwealth countries. So it is rather significant. I think it also, by being a member of the Privy Council, also enables Sir Anthony Smellie to sit in meetings of a branch of the Privy Council, which is the Judicial Subcommittee, and that's the branch that decides, obviously, the Court of Final Appeal on matters of legal nature that we spoke about earlier on. So I just want to tip my hat and say congratulations. We want to tip our hats and say congratulations to Sir Anthony Smellie on this fantastic achievement, and certainly is very well deserving to an individual who, again, has given his life
many years
to the legal profession, and at least a quarter century of that life as Chief Justice of the Cayman Islands. I think Her Excellency the Governor Jane Owen said it best. It says, Sir Anthony served at the Cayman Islands for over 40 years, including nearly 25 years as our Chief Justice, and will bring his considerable judicial acumen and experience to this prestigious role. I extend my warmest wishes on this significant appointment for his continued success. And a word I just have to throw in there because I love that word. On this auspicious occasion, we tip our hat. The only other word I like more than auspicious is egregious. It's pronounced egregious.
Okay. I'm going to leave you to that one, Austin.
Leave me to that one.
Well, I'm definitely going to want to chat a little bit today about the National Conservation Law, as you alluded to.
Yes.
If not expressly stated.
Yes.
Of course, now we have Parliament, so it turns into an act, but we all get the idea. National Conservation Law, National Conservation Committee. And then in addition to that, back again on this cruise tourism, because, before I get into it, I have to tell you that, it never ceases to amaze me when we hear the statement, crabs in buckets, right? Mm-hmm. You really get to see it in Cayman. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if anyone has noticed, it could just be me, but as far as I'm concerned, as one of my friends would say, blind Bartimaeus could see that at the end of the day, it seems like once something is out there that benefits Caymanians, there's always somebody there to fight it down.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's some of our own crabs, right?
Sure.
You say your fleas bite you the hardest.
That's what they say.
And I think one of the shining things about that right now is cruise tourism. If you see the fight that is going on that prevents Caymanians right now from being able to, who are benefiting tremendously. This is a Cayman-dominated industry. Mm-hmm. There's a fight about it.
Yes.
Caymanians are out of banking. I remember when we had the Chisholms and the Atlee E-Banks and all these people who were running banks. We finally got them out now. We've got pure foreigners pretty much in the financial services industry.
Certainly at the top level.
Yeah. I don't know. And go right down the list. The courts, just about everything, right? Yes. We're whitewashing everything, for want of a better expression.
Pardon the pun, but
which is probably appropriate.
Yeah.
But bottom line is, if it's something that's going to benefit Caymanians, you hear a fight. Now, you hear talk about this argument about the piers and how it's going to destroy the country. Now, this is about tourism.
Yes.
And bear in mind that while they're having this conversation, we have monstrosities, for the want of a better word, being built all around the island. Mm-hmm. There's no campaign about this. We've lost, I don't know, a significant portion of the beach. There's no campaigning about this.
Right.
There's no big, huge fight. But everything has come out of the woodworks to fight against cruise tourism. So again, for those persons who may not like it, I'm going to be talking about it today because I'm tired of hearing all of the misinformation being propagated, and something has to be done. And here's the other argument: is I think it was one, ACT reached out to CPR, Sustainable Cayman, etc., to have an in-camera discussion, just a round table to put our heads together. Even if it was in private, denied. Mm-hmm. CMR also reached out and said, hey, we'd like to have this debate where both sides can air the stories at the same time, denied. And now you have the media again always providing this one side of the argument. Because I think this discussion should really take place in a way that does justice to the people of this country by allowing them to be able to hear both sides at the same time.
Yes. Yes.
And they can get to hear the facts. They can get to see that one person is coming to the table with sheets and with facts of information. And at the same time, the other one is speculating.
Yes.
And get to hear when one person gives a response and someone sounds like a cat that's been hit in the head with something really hard, spinning around and can't find out exactly where he or she is.
Right.
So that is something I want to discuss, as well as this national conservation law, because I think people really need to understand how the government works and why at the end of the day the government is supposed to, as the saying goes, the government has their way and the opposition will have their say. It is important. And so I want to get into that discussion as soon as we can. I think it's about 4:47 now.
No, absolutely. Well, yeah, 4:47 gives us about 11 minutes before we have to take our first commercial break, check in with, of course, the top of the hour BBC News. So it just allows us to, again, summarize, if you will, banter a tad on some of the topics that we hope to address in earnest after the 5 o'clock hour. I just wanted to pick up on a few things, taking your last comments first as it relates to cruise tourism. You know, whilst some in the listening audience will say, well, you know, we're starting to hear a lot more about cruise tourism since Straight Talk started up. Listen, every media outlet in the Cayman Islands, everyone, if you read them carefully, if you watch them carefully, everyone has their own particular slant on this and other issues. I mean, CNS is very clearly on the, you know, opposing side, but they're also very pro-environment side. So it makes sense that obviously their slant is focused on that side, whereas I think the Compass may, you know, be a bit more open-minded and bring about a degree of balance. Likewise, we've said before here on this program, whilst I certainly have spent 20 years arguing both sides of this conversation, make no doubt about it, we are both in support of cruise berthing and expanding the cruise tourism offering. One of the things that really caught me as peculiar, and it almost offended me. I was a little upset when I read it, actually. And it was to your point in terms of persons always finding ways to criticize things that largely impact Caymanians. I read some of the blog comments as it relates to the recent article, referendum battle heats up between CPR and ACT, and your opening statement certainly proved that to be the case. But it's supposed to happen. As you draw closer to the referendum, you're going to have two opposing sides, and obviously one will have to win to resonate with the voters in terms of how they vote. But what troubled me was this notion that some believe that we can jettison tourism, and cruise tourism in particular, but I think the writer, the blogger, was suggesting tourism in general, suggesting, why do we bother with tourism? Because the lion's share of revenues in this country comes from financial services. And I won't get into the economics of how wrong that statement is. But to your point, it is the only sector that in our overall pillar of goods or toolbox of Cayman's, you know, economic landscape, as you pointed out, that largely favors Caymanians. Now, whilst Caymanians don't own the hotels in the stayover side, certainly Caymanians are owners in much, if not all, of the tourism attractions and activities that are involved in cruise tourism. And for someone, and again, I don't know who they are, they could be foreigner, could be, you know, a Cayman national, but for someone to just nonchalantly jettison or toss to one side tourism as a non-entity, and why bother focus on it, really causes me to question what people are thinking, or perhaps they just don't understand and or appreciate the economic significance to this country. This country was built on two pillars, financial services and tourism, and both are equally important to this country. Certainly, financial services contributes over 50% of GDP. So if there was a first and second place, yes, financial services would be first on the agenda, but that by no means diminishes the importance of tourism. I would like to see us obviously break the threshold of 500,000 on the stayover side, because there is no argument. There is greater economic value to a 7-day stay versus a few hours stay. But we cannot diminish the fact that in terms of exponential growth from, you know, 1 year to the next or over a 10-year period, we have seen more significant growth in new visitors to the country through cruise tourism than we have through stay-over tourism, so we can't ignore that. And as I pointed out, it is the per-head fee that the government receives in revenue for every cruise ship passenger. This applies to the cruise ship's passengers who are on the passenger manifest. Whether they come off the ship or not is, no consequence to the Cayman Islands. The fee that we collect as a country, the revenue that we collect, is based on the passenger manifest of every cruise ship that comes within our waters. And that is a healthy sum of money that pays for things that we need every day of our lives in the Cayman Islands. And until someone can propose an alternative revenue stream, I just think it's senseless, if not to put too fine a point of it, idiotic, to say we can just jettison cruise tourism because it doesn't earn us any kind of revenue. It just seems not plausible in my mind.
Austin, the thing of it is, and let me just be clear about it, regardless of whether I'm on this talk show or I'm chatting personally in some small room somewhere, I'm not going to deny persons my experiences, because I think it is important that all of us share a story. And what I want Caymanians to understand, and I had the privilege, because the people of the Cayman Islands put me there, to serve in Parliament for 4 years. And I've seen it, I mentioned that to say that I've seen it from many different angles. I remember being very young, won't give too much information out of concern of not wanting to necessarily identify anyone, because I don't want to make this a personal thing. I want to make it an issue that we can understand. I remember being 16, 17 years old, getting my first job. I had a foreign national say to me, and this person was in a higher position than me, arguably my boss. Never forget him saying, and I'm paraphrasing obviously, but his concern was, how was it that I'm 17 years old and I'm driving a Honda Prelude, and that he didn't have a car until he was 35? What I want Caymanians to understand, and let's be clear about it, there are some people here that are envious of what you have, and they will not stop until they take it from you. And a lot of times people say, if I can't hurt Austin, I will kill his dog and I'll scrape his car. And there's a lot of people right now. I also interviewed a person who said to me, I came here from the 70s and the salary was great and it was much better than it was in England. And these same people will sit and tell you that Caymanians cannot simply do X, Y, and Z jobs. They will tell you they can't do it. You don't even have the numbers to do it. That's how they look down their noses. And I'm not afraid to tell anyone. I am telling Caymanians they need to get up and they need to speak up, because there are persons at the end of the day that simply do not mean them well. There are persons who want to drive in their ivory towers, and the very simple fact that you have traffic on the road because the cruise tourism gets in their way. And they don't care what gets destroyed as long as they can get to their ivory banking towers on time and without hassle.
Yeah.
And I'm encouraging Caymanians to please stop joining forces with this elitist and extremist groups who, as far as I'm concerned, and have all the evidence arguably in the world to show it, do not mean this country well.
Right.
And if you talk about financial services, you ever heard that term, flight of capital?
Yes.
Let me tell you something. Donald Trump could get up tomorrow and make a certain statement, not even make a move, make a certain statement, and we'd be losing the financial services industry.
Yeah.
Okay? That is how fragile it is. So amongst other things, we need cruise tourism, but not just about cruise tourism, about everything. We had an argument just the other day. We were talking about one individual here in this country calling us riffraff. He was one of the same persons that were posting on the ACT page about we don't need tourists. You know what he was saying? We don't need these cruise tourists. They're just taking up space on the beach. My response to him was simple. Well, aren't you a foreigner? Didn't you come here and didn't you take up space on the beach? Nobody threw you off.
Right.
I want, before we go to the break, the Caymanians understand very, very clearly. Do not think that everyone that's blowing a little bit of smoke on you means you well. There's a lot of people in this country that have come here, and some mean us very well, and they've done very well, and they've integrated themselves in our society, but there are some that simply do not mean the Cayman Islands well. They might be meaning it well for themselves, but not for the Caymanians. Where is the campaign? Where are these same people why don't they campaign that Caymanians should be able to get a piece of land at a decent and fair price? Where's that campaign? Where's the campaign that says, yeah, let's make sure that Caymanians can get proper employment? Where's that campaign?
Mm-hmm.
Can we not see that they're fighting everything down where a Caymanian has an opportunity? How far and how low do we have to go before we see it? Anyway, I'll pause for now.
That's all right. You got that off your chest. Feel better?
Yeah, feel a little bit better.
All right, outstanding. You keep that pent up inside, that
Yeah,
causes,
that's it.
aneurysms,
Hey,
chest pains.
we're just talking straight, right?
Exactly. The name of the show is Straight Talk. Straight Talk causes no falling out.
Mm-hmm.
You know where Ellio stands, you know where I stand, and 745-2626. If you call in, maybe we know where you will stand as well. We are going to pause and take a short commercial break, check in with the top of the hour news brought to you by the BBC. But when we come back, the
NCC.
Yes,
NCL.
the first topic of the day, and that we're going to start out with, is this recent decision taken by the present minority government, where the UPM have sacked 6 of the National Conservation Council members, largely the expert members that make up that council, and replaced them with, in many cases, former MPs, former members of the civil service, and at least 2 individuals of regular society. I do see a caller on the line. Unfortunately, I have to encourage that caller to either stay on the line or call us back, because we do have to pause and take a break. But the phone lines are open, 745-2626. You can send us a voice note on WhatsApp at 928-2562. But keep it locked. There'll be more Straight Talk with Austin and Ellio still to come right here, brought to you only by Bobo 89.1 FM.
The BBC's From Our Own Correspondent.
In today's Russia, no one is allowed anywhere near the political stage if they pose a serious challenge to Vladimir Putin.
Stories and reflections from our reporters around the world.
There is a major sense of insecurity here.
More people are coming in from Sudan every day.
From Our Own Correspondent from the BBC.
The home of the BBC World Service. This is Bobo FM.
How can we understand the world better?
The BBC World Service is a window onto the wider world.
The vantage point from which to survey a new horizon.
News, reports, and analysis from around the world.
Stories we think matter.
Different people from different societies.
We get to the heart of global issues.
News, stories, and global perspectives from the BBC World Service.
The home of the BBC World Service. This is Bobo FM.
The BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
The BBC World Service makes programs with a uniquely global perspective.
Enlighten us. Where do we start?
The latest world news and current affairs.
The very best in global arts and culture.
What has been happening on the financial markets today.
Social issues, political stories.
Everything was there in a way that I never heard before.
The BBC World Service.
The home of the BBC World Service. This is Bobo FM. This is Bobo FM, powered by Doctors Hospital. 24/7 urgent care, located in Georgetown at the top of Walker's Road. Introducing the Doctors Hospital Specialty Clinic, conveniently located in the Strand. To book your appointment at Doctors Hospital, call 325-9000. Across Cayman on 89.1 FM, online and on your smart speaker. The home of the BBC World Service. This is Bobo FM.
BBC News with Sue Montgomery. The NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte has called for Western unity as a rift opens up between Europe and the United States on how to end the war in Ukraine. President Trump's approach to peace talks with Russia has stunned officials in Kiev and across Europe. US officials have already said Ukraine won't get all its territory back or be allowed to join NATO. The German Chancellor Olaf Scholz said Europe needed clear positioning on any Trump-Putin talks.
Wir wissen, niemand sehnt sich mehr nach Frieden.
We know that no one longs for peace more than Ukraine. But at the same time, it's completely clear that a victory for Russia or a collapse of Ukraine will not create peace. It puts peace and stability in Europe in danger, even far beyond Ukraine. That's why we must, together with our partners, confidently represent our interests in the upcoming negotiations.
Donald Trump has said that Ukraine would take part in any peace negotiations with Russia over ending the war. There had been concern in Ukraine and in European capitals that Kyiv would not be represented at the talks. President Zelensky said that as a sovereign country, Ukraine would not accept any agreements reached without it. President Trump has said it was a mistake for Russia to be thrown out of the G7 group after Moscow annexed Ukraine's Crimea region in 2014. The G7 is an organisation of the world's 7 largest so-called advanced economies. Speaking to reporters in the Oval Office, Mr. Trump said he would love Russia to rejoin the group.
I think it was a mistake to throw them out. Look, it's not a question of liking Russia or not liking Russia. It was the G8. And you know, I said, what are you doing? You guys, all you talk about is Russia, and they should be sitting at the table. I think Putin would love to be back. Obama and a couple of other people made a mistake, and they got Russia out. It's very possible that if that was the G8, you wouldn't have had the problem with Ukraine.
The front-runner to be Germany's next chancellor has said things have to change in the country so that everyone will feel safe. The centre-right leader, Friedrich Merz, posted his remarks shortly after a car was driven into crowds in Munich. Dozens were injured and a 24-year-old Afghan asylum seeker was arrested. Immigration and asylum are key issues in Germany's election later this month. A Munich police spokesman, Thomas Schelshorn, explained the moments after the attack.
According to the current state of the investigation, the perpetrator approached the rally from behind in a small white vehicle, drove past the emergency services and into the crowd. Then at least one shot was fired at the perpetrator. It's not known whether he was injured. However, he was immediately overpowered by the emergency services who were on site as part of the rally.
World News from the BBC. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived at the White House for talks with Donald Trump, likely to focus on trade, immigration and defence. Mr Modi's 2-day visit comes amid concerns over Mr Trump's threat to impose reciprocal tariffs on its trading partners. Immigration will also be high on the agenda, with Mr Trump expected to ask India to take back thousands of undocumented citizens. Iranian police have arrested around a dozen supporters of the country's 2009 Green Movement, who had been planning to stage a protest rally in Tehran. All those detained had submitted a formal request to hold the non-violent protest. Hundreds of riot police were deployed. Lebanese media say officials at Beirut International Airport have refused an Iranian passenger plane permission to land, following allegations that the airline had regularly smuggled in cash for Hezbollah. The move follows a claim by the Israeli military that the money was being used to help the Iran-backed group rebuild after its war with Israel. Hezbollah has not yet commented on the allegation. A Chilean man has spoken of how he thought he was dead after being swallowed whole by a whale before being spat out. Adrian Simancas was kayaking off Chile's southern coast with his father, who managed to capture the entire incident on camera. His son in his kayak can be seen being suddenly engulfed by the humpback whale before reappearing terrified seconds later. Adrian described his experience.
I thought it had already eaten me and swallowed me, but of course I felt that maybe it was a killer whale. We'd been talking about orcas shortly before, so I had that in my head. But when I got out, I understood that, of course, it was probably out of curiosity that the whale had approached me, or maybe to communicate something.
Both men returned to shore uninjured. BBC News.
Views and opinions expressed on Street Talk with Austin and Ellio do not necessarily reflect or represent the views of Stingray Media, its staff, or contributors. Callers to the program accept full responsibility for the views expressed. The show host and affiliates are not liable for any statements made or any harm claimed. All callers to the program indemnify Straight Talk from all claims. Offensive, defamatory, or unlawful content will not be tolerated. Be a part of the conversation by calling 745-2626. Now, here's Straight Talk with Austin and Ellio on Bobo FM.
And welcome back, hey man, to more Straight Talk here on 89.1 FM. We're your host, Austin Harris.
And myself, Ellio Solomon. Welcome back to Straight Talk.
And the phone lines, as you just heard, are open, 745-2626. Time in studio is now 7 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock. And we certainly are going to be moving into the substantive aspect of our conversation. Today's first topic, taken from the headlines, the UPM sacked 6 NCC members, including experts. Reading, of course, this evening from the pages of CNS. Let me begin. The UPM has fired all of the appointed experts from the National Conservation Council in what appears to be a shocking act of revenge against the NCC members who advocated against the government's attempts to gut the National Conservation Act and successfully challenged errors by the Central Planning Authority in court several times. Just 3 weeks before nomination day and the period when Cabinet can no longer execute new policy, the UPM has replaced the scientists with former politicians and political supporters. All of those who have been fired were due to serve until August of this year. Even though the law requires experts on the council, the UPM has sacked Stuart Mailer, the National Conservation Council's chairman, replacing him with Gilbert McLean, who has no environmental or conservation credentials. According to the notice on the Government Gazette posted on Wednesday, former MPs Arden McLean and Ezard Miller, both longtime opponents to the conservation law, who also have no relevant experience or expertise, are 2 new technical appointees, replacing Lisa Hurlston and Patricia Bradley, both qualified scientists. Former District Commissioner Kenny Ryan is replacing the late Captain Harrison Bothwell as the Cayman Brac technical representative, and Steve McField, Paula Tatum, and Captain Eugene Ebanks have been placed on the council as district representatives. Only Ian Kirkham, who has a background in environmental science, has survived the mass firings. There will be also 3. The 3, Steve, Paula, and Captain Eugene, will be joined by 2 ex officio members from the Department of Environment, 1 from the Department of Agriculture, 1 from the Planning Department, for a total of 13 members on the National Conservation Council. And just as a point of interest, whilst the ex officio members on the council have no expiration date, they're always there. The 1 member, Frank Rolston of the National Trust, and Ian Kirkman, their terms will expire August of this year, 2025, whilst the other members that we previously mentioned, outlined, including the chairman, all expire on February 6th, 2027. Now, I know you're eager to comment on this, Ellio, but we do have 1 caller on the line, so let's see if we can go to the phone line.
And by the way, where were you reading from?
I was reading from Cayman News Service.
Yeah.
Yes.
I thought.
Hello? Nope, didn't decide to stay with us. 9745-2626 is the number. If you want to share your thoughts and opinions and comments on this subject or anything else, by all means, you can give us a call. But if you can, try to keep us on topic for at least a few minutes. Ellio, your comments on what was shared from the media.
Yeah, well, Austin, first of all, I have very little respect for the CNS. I can start by saying that because I know the lady who does a lot of the work there, and anyone who actually looks and sees it and pays careful attention can see the bias, right? That's the first thing. Again, if you even go on to CNS, just as a side note, if you even go on CNS right now and do a search and say pension amendment, I brought it. I'm pretty sure my name isn't even going to appear there, okay? That's how biased this woman is.
Okay.
I don't even know why some of these people are even allowed to exist here. Let her run an article on that one, what Ellio Solomon said on Straight Talk today. I have no idea what even here. But let's get on to NCC. I want the public to understand. Again, I'm talking about, and I say this, and I'm preaching to my brothers and my sisters who are Caymanians.
Mm-hmm.
I have a wife who's Caymanian. I have 3 daughters who are Caymanians. I'm preaching from this angle. I want everyone to understand that they are mounting a force against you every single day. You only have to ask yourself, is it easier now to get a piece of land today than it was yesterday? Is it easier to get a job today than it was yesterday? You can keep adding in, piling it right up. You have to be able to see it's getting harder for you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's happening for a reason. And let me express to you how government works when they're now going to tell you some of the same extremists on the environment. And by the way, I'm preaching particularly to all of those people who are sitting in traffic right now hating East.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If you don't like the fact that you're sitting in this long traffic, one of the reasons is because the governments that you elect cannot even build a road. Can't build a road for you to head out east and to get home and get to work on time. Because, God forbid, we might disturb the home of the lime lizards. I love the environment. In my places, I have all the trees in the world. This is Cayman Islands. I want to live here for the rest of my life. I want to be buried here. But at the end of the day, we cannot make that same progress without, at the end of the day, cutting a tree or whatever it is. There's little sacrifices that are inevitable. In order to make that road to allow you to have a proper commute home, you might have to move a couple of lime lizards. And I can assure you, like the green iguana, they're going to survive. So let me give you something about the board that we need to understand. When the public goes to vote and they put in a particular candidate, they are trusting them to go ahead and to do the things that they spoke about. That's what they're calling that mandate. And when they get elected, that they form the majority. It is no different than when you have a company and you have a board of directors. We have a call.
We have a caller.
You know what? Let me pause, take a call.
All right, let's go to the phone lines. Good evening, caller. You're on the air.
Hi, Austin. It's Troy Leacock. I wanted to have a chat with you and Ellio about a point you brought up earlier before the break.
No, absolutely.
Sure.
Hi there. So, am I on the air now?
You are,
yes, sir. You are live and direct, as we like to say.
All right. Well, welcome, guys. I'm so glad to have another talk show, especially this time of the day. And I encourage you guys to, keep doing what you started out doing and try very much to keep it objective.
Yes.
Because that, I think, is something that is very much lacking in much of our media, which I'll come to. But
no, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah. Two things I really wanted to talk to you about. But I just wanted to start by the word that you used, that you were offended when you read or listened to someone talk about dismissing the cruise tourism industry. That's a word that I can really relate to, because it's actually difficult to feel anything but offense when you hear that kind of statement. But I just want to objectively step back, and I want to talk about the amount of cruise visitor contribution to our economy that is often dismissed as being trivial. So the BRIA report estimates that the contribution to Cayman per cruise visitor is about $157 US, including the contribution paid to government and crew and all of that. Mm-hmm. It's $115 of spend, but it's $157.37 all-in contribution. Well, that equates to $132 CI. And for an 8-hour onshore visit, which is very typical, or let's say for the day, that translates into CI $16.52 per hour. And I want you to hang on to that number, $16.52 an hour.
Yes.
Because it's almost 3 times the minimum wage of $6 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yep.
Okay. So the labor force survey in 2023 from the government, for the ESO, this is taken directly from the ESO labor survey.
Mm-hmm.
It reports that 13,436 non-Caymanians, also known as work permit foreign workers, 13,436 earned less than CI 24,000 per year, which is $11.55 per hour.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So let's just think about this. When you have a day in which you have 15,000 cruise visitors doing whatever they do in Cayman, whether it's lying on the beach, whether it's driving in a bus, whether it's on a boat going to the North Sound, when you have 15,000 cruise ship visitors contributing $16.52 per hour, you have upwards of 20,000 work permit foreign workers who are earning and thereby contributing significantly less than that cruise visitor is actually contributing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I say this not to say that we should get rid of the 20,000 foreign workers who earn less than $16.52, just like many people would throw away that cruise ship visitor. But I say this to really try to put in people's minds how important the revenue that a cruise ship visitor contributes to the island, how important it is.
Yeah.
I mean, would we imagine for a second that we would say anybody earning less than $15 or $16 an hour, and you got to remember, you can only contribute what you earn, right? So I'm even giving it the benefit of the doubt that the entire wages earned are spent in Cayman. In other words, they're not repatriated back to your home or your home country. Let's assume that every penny is spent here. If you're earning $12 an hour, you can really only spend $12 an hour. It's that simple. So if we're not going to sit down and say, actually, all of these foreign workers, it's not worth having them here on our roads. It's not worth having them here putting their kids in school. It's not worth having them here because of the burden on health care. It's not worth having them here because of the burden on the trash and the dump and all of that. How can you be so dismissive as to say all cruise visitors, they're not bringing us any money, we should get rid of them?
Yeah.
Reality is you can't. You can't. And that's the important point. What we got to remember about a cruise visitor is that it's a relatively inexpensive way of bringing economic contribution to our country. We spend millions and millions of dollars a year as a country and as an industry to bring visitors here for stayover. And I love it. I mean, the majority of my business is stayover visitors. So again, I'm not knocking what we do. I'm just, again, trying to remind listeners and people to recognize the immense value of us being able to attract cruise visitors and have them spend almost 3 times what our minimum wage is, and have them spend probably more than 20,000 of our foreign workers earn and spend at any given moment.
No, some valuable points.
Yeah, caller, I definitely hear you. I agree with you, and thanks for some of those facts and figures, just to put, again, as Austin would say, some good foundational areas for us to stand on.
Yeah, the facts are important. Yeah. You know, you can have your own opinion, but you can't have your own facts.
Well, unless you're CPR. Caller. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll kind of leave you with those facts to digest, and then if I could segue into what I missed what you were talking about after the break, but if I could throw this out in the context of...
Started talking about NCL and NCC.
Right.
Yeah.
NCC. Okay, so I think on both of those things, what I'd throw out to you to maybe have a conversation about is what I call trust in government.
Yeah.
So if you look at the reaction to what happened last night, a lot of it is you can't trust these people, trying to get rid of them, etc. And I have no view or any inside knowledge of what transpired and why it transpired. So I'm not arguing any particular side of this issue. But one of the things that really bothers me is this almost pattern of lack of trust in government that we're seeing, certainly in Cayman. We've certainly seen it in the United States, over the past 4, 8, 16 years. And it also applies to like the cruise referendum question as well. Because so many times it's stated, well, I'm not against cruise tourism. I'm not even really against the pair, but I don't trust that the government is not going to blah, 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 right? Whatever it is, ABC, do this, do that, whatever. So I think that we are in a dangerous zone of literally not trusting our government, even when we put that government in.
Right.
And so then you get down to, well, if you don't trust the government, you don't trust the democratic process, then what are you actually left with? It's either paralysis, where nothing gets done because everybody's afraid to do anything, or you get anarchy, which is everything has got to go to a referendum, everything is polarized. And I think that we're there. I think that we're at a point now where there's so much distrust, there's so much polarization, that we're at the cusp of paralysis or anarchy. And maybe that's some of the things that why you're seeing some of the actions that are taken is that how do you break the paralysis? And in terms of the evidence of anarchy, well, look at the last government. I mean, we had in 4 years, we had basically 3 different governments. If that's not kind of almost anarchy, I don't really know, at a government level, I'm not sure what is.
Yeah, everybody wanted to be in charge.
Exactly. So I throw that out to you because the question then is, are we in a situation where distrust of government, regardless of which side of an issue you're on, simple distrust of government is threatening to make our governance either ineffective or almost impossible.
Yes.
And then the other question I'd like to throw out in there is, what role does the media play in building trust or destroying trust between the people and government?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right? If you're an opinion journalist, are you building trust or are you destroying trust?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like how far does a journalist who's a citizen here, how far can they go in their opinion and their inherent bias before it actually becomes counter? And again, I'm not talking about any particular side. I'm talking about just in general, on any issue.
Yes.
And that's why I started out with saying, guys, stay objective.
Yes.
State your biases up front.
Yes.
So that any caller to the show knows how you stand. And when you're taking the call, try to remain objective, try to see their perspective, because we need more objective moderation and reporting in the media in Cayman if we're going to rebuild trust in our government and reinvigorate our democracy.
Wholeheartedly agree.
Yeah. Thank you, caller. Greatly appreciate it.
Yes, thank you for those comments and for taking the time to share them. 745-2626 is the number. We do have one voice note as well, but an opportunity to respond to the caller's remarks.
Well, I agree with everything the caller has said, and let me just highlight what you've read to underscore and to reflect properly what the caller is saying. Read the section from CNS where they keep talking about, what, I can't remember how they worded it, the highly funded ACT and the poor grassroots CPR. That one
you're referring to that story, that article. Yes. There was another article. Let me just pull it up for you right now.
Yeah.
I'll find it for you.
The totally unbiased CNS, that one. So to the point of the caller while you're searching for that, Austin, is that anyone, I encourage Caymanians, open their eyes and see how these people are trying to guide you. And I will stress, the person writing the news for you there, I'm going to stress, hold it against me if you want, is not a Caymanian. It's a foreign national trying to guide you in a specific direction, and look at how biased it is, because they make statements and nobody has the right to challenge it. The super funded ACT, I'm going to ask them, where is the evidence for this? You made a statement. Where is the evidence for that?
Yes, the opening paragraph of the article, which is entitled "Referendum Battle Heats Up Between CPR and ACT," published on today's date on Cayman News Service, reads, and I quote, grassroots activists from the cruise port referendum campaign and those from the cruise industry's lobby group, the Association for Cruise Tourism in the Cayman Islands, or ACT, are locked in a battle that the well-funded pro-cruise group, even before the government begins pouring public cash into the fight, thinks it's winning. However, CPR members aren't giving up, despite being massively outspent by the cruise lobby.
You can pause there. And I'm not going to spend too much time on this today, because I want to finish this conversation on NCC and NCL. But let me just encourage persons to have a read of that article and see if they're not trying to paint in your mind a David versus Goliath. That somehow ACT is this big giant in the room, and poor little CPR, David out there, is having to fight against it. It is to poison your mind. It is deliberate, okay? 100% deliberate. And there is absolutely no evidence being shown to support that particular position. I can assure you, ACT is funded no differently than CPR. It's grassroots people who are saying, I'm trying to save my life, I'm trying to save my livelihood, here is some money, let's launch a campaign to see if we can win. That is it. It is nothing different. Back on NCC.
Well, before you go back on the NCC, let's
do the voice message.
Let's hear the voice note that was shared via WhatsApp.
Hi, Austin and Ellio. Congratulations on your new show. I am a Caymanian, currently in Antigua. And it is a beautiful sight here in St. John's with 4 cruise ships. And I was just wondering what is taking Cayman so long to get with the program in terms of getting the pair done. We are losing out. And Antigua is a smaller island than the Cayman Islands.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if persons in government or who are responsible for tourism know the impact that tourism have on the Cayman Islands and what would happen if we do not preserve our tourism industry. Frankly, we can't eat the corals and we can't eat the seaweeds and all the things that they are so hung up about. We have got to do something.
All right. And I thank that listener for sharing those comments. Again, you can join the conversation either by dialing 745-2626 or you can send us a voice note via our WhatsApp number of 928-2562. And I just want to, again, because the caller says she's calling in from Antigua, there was an article that appeared yesterday, I believe, in the Associated Times. This is a Caribbean newspaper, where it says Antigua and Barbuda launches cruise port expansion project worth $40 million to boost employment in tourism. The construction of a new facility, which will be accessible by cruisers, visitors, and residents, will kick off in March 2025. So I guess to the caller's point and the one before her, whilst our competition in the region are building more and more berthing facilities to receive more and more of the larger ships, we in the Cayman Islands, at least for now, seem to be heading in the opposite direction.
Again, I'm going to continue, Austin, to say that my intention here is to open the eyes of the Caymanian public to see that the fight is against them. And let me just give you one more example again before I move on to this NCC issue. When I was bringing back in 2010 the pension amendment to allow Caymanians only to be able to buy a piece of land, build a house, buy a house, or pay off your mortgage, there was a big fight. Austin, you remember the leader of the opposition at the time coming on the talk show with you and myself. We were there debating that this was totally wrong. We were going to make the Caymanians squander their savings. It was going to all come to an end. So there was a big fight. And we think about it again now. There was a big fight when Ellio was trying to hand it to Caymanians only. But several years later, how many years later? 4 years later? 4 years later, the same leader of the opposition, the then government, the premier, says, I'm going to give pensions to everyone. Everyone in the entire country can draw their pension, not to buy a piece of land, build a house, buy a house, pay off your mortgage, but no, lawnmowers, cars, take a trip, doesn't matter. Foreigners were able to send back home 10,000, 40,000, build homes in their own country. Nobody decided they were going to charge a little 10%. Nothing. Did you hear any fight about that? Not one single kick up. You know why? Because foreigners were getting their money.
Well, everybody was getting their money.
Well, everybody was getting their money.
Without criteria at all as to how it would be spent.
Spend it however you want, and it was because foreign national was involved. So when I was doing the same thing with Jobs for Caymanians only, they were fighting that. The Compass wrote a big editorial against it. So on to NCC. I want the public to understand, the Caymanian public to understand, that if you have a company today and you open it up, you have a board of directors that you entrust to go ahead and to run that company on your behalf. Our government is no different. When you vote and you hear the formation of the government, not the opposition, the government is your board of directors. And they exercise that power that you have given them by your vote for 4 years in the parliament and in the cabinet. They make all of their decisions, and it should be all in your best interest. And I want to tell you that the government puts a majority on every board. So, for example, I serve in Turtle Center. The government's going to have a majority on the board. And they need the majority. That is how they will control the Turtle Center on your behalf. They put the majority on the Public Accounts Committee, the Business Interest Committee, all of the committees. It is the way that the government or cabinet controls things on your behalf. So, therefore, by extension, when they have full control, you have full control. Mm-hmm. And let me give you some experiences now of what the challenges are for this government, governments of the past, and arguably governments of the future if nothing happens. Cayman Turtle Center, which is an institution, amongst other things, raising turtles, allowing you to be able to have your turtle meat, etc. We brought down there representatives of the government. In part, a lion's share of that was some of the four that left, the quitters.
Yes.
And we're saying we need to have a species conservation plan. If we don't do this, amongst other things, this hawksbill turtle is going to disappear. It's going to disappear. Did we get that, Austin? No. Because some of that same group down there didn't have the intestinal fortitude, to put it nicely, to go down there and say, listen, this has to happen. This has to be done. And I don't know all the intricacies that are going on, but here's what I know. I know that the government is trying to build a road because our people spend 2 to 3 hours in traffic every day.
Yes.
I came from East End one time, like I said, unbeknown to me, going on a piece of land up there, coming home 5 o'clock. I'm stuck at Oz's. And the people are facing the same thing every evening. And what government that you elect as Caymanians are not going to say, I don't want my people to have to keep enduring this.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we're saying now is a group of foreigners who are experts, supposedly, in the environment can stop the Caymanians from getting a road. But it is wrong for the government to say, no, well, you know what, this is nonsense. And to appoint people, by the way, people that were elected before, the same people that you entrusted to run the country, can now not run the NCC.
Mm-hmm.
No, ladies and gentlemen. Do not be hoodwinked or whatever it is, blindfolded by these people. At the end of the day, the government wants to get something for you. And the bottom line is they have the right. They have the right to put there on the board. I serve on my board with the government at the government's leisure. At any point in time, they can call and say, we're changing it out. And it is a power that they should have.
Yes.
And so my position is very clear. I would love to be able to get the government on to be able to discuss further details about it, but I want persons to understand. Cabinet has a significant amount of power over the NCC, and sadly, when the other four were there, they chose not to utilize it. And I believe the government is right now doing what they're doing so that they can make sure we can actually work to get a road for Caymanians.
Sure.
But again, there'll be a fight against that.
Well, certainly not disagreeing with you on the road. I might have a slightly different take on the makeup of the current Conservation Council. Well, we had a caller on the line. I want to encourage that caller to call back before I advance even further. I hear you on WhatsApp. Just call me back. Mm-hmm. I was just allowing my colleague to finish his train of thought and was, again, reaching over to the phone to answer the call. I can hear you. We're getting a message saying can't get through on the phone lines. Please call back, 745-2626. Whilst we're waiting on that caller to respond, I just want to say, listen, I agree with you. And as I've said before, anyone who lives east of Prospect knows the challenges, the stress of both getting into town in the morning commute, both in and out of town. Young children going to school have to wake up so much. Well, they say anyone who lives east of Prospect goes to school at Clifton Hunter, but certainly not primary schools. So certainly there are challenges of getting to and out of Georgetown, and particularly going back home. So a new road is absolutely necessary. We saw how traffic improved significantly, almost day and night, when we extended the east-west arterial into West Bay. But I see the caller is back.
Sure.
So without any further ado, let's just go to the phone lines. Good evening, caller. You're on the air.
Hello, Austin. Ellio, how are you doing?
Good, sir. Yourself. Thank you for your call. You're on the air.
Yeah. Let me share something with you guys here. I don't know if it's too much that people are frustrated with the port going in town, right? I think it's more of the lack of planning that we've had in Cayman. I mean, you build a port in town, tourists being bussed away to where? To wash away 7 Mile Beach, the public beach that's supposed to be for our people with no regulations on how people are selling goods out there, right? I mean, you try carry your family on public beach, you got people fighting out there in public beach and stuff for sales. I mean, it's quite ridiculous, right? So it's okay to say we can build a port. You got to have a plan behind that, right? Town is in shambles, if you ask me. It's a ghost town, right? Even when tourist ships come into town, where do they go? They're not in town. Half of them are bus to Commander Bay or to all these other places, right? I mean, the lady was talking about Antigua. Antigua's got 120 different beaches, right? Most of them deserted. And it's a mountainous place. So I think Caymanians are more frustrated with the lack of planning and the lack of management of government funds, right? more so than what it is. If we had governments in place that would actually take notice and spend monies correctly, I mean, I don't think we'd be having this issue, right? I mean, 7 Mile Beach is quite ridiculous. This is something that we've been talking about for how much years now? Watching it wash away. No government has ever stood up and said, listen, we need to remove these seawalls, we need to try this or try. They wait until the thing completely wash away, okay? And then want to pump sand back up on the beach, right? So same thing like what I said the other day when I called in. We sit down here and we wait till the horse run 300 miles down the road and try to catch it back, right? This is not something that has just started today in discussion, but there's no real plan, right? And nobody's seen a real plan. They put a plan forward about revitalizing Georgetown and then, put pavers in the road. Every building in Georgetown is old, right? Nobody thought about going to ask the landowners to redevelop town and give them some kind of incentive. I don't think you even need to give them that. Give them 10 stores in town if you want to. Give them, incentivize them by that and make them build buildings and stores and everything else, right? How are you going to go ahead and build a port with no real plan behind it and where the tourists going to go? If locals are going to be able to buy in town, what the difference is, what the case is.
But if I could jump in there, Caller, because here's where I think that there's an issue that I take with that. Why are we saying, how can we build a port, and we use the beach as an example, the condition that the beach is in, as a reason to possibly not build the piers? But why aren't we saying the same thing then about the buildings being built? The Hyatt being built here, the what do you call it, GT1. Why aren't we saying the same thing?
What do you mean? Please explain.
You've got a Hyatt being built right there across the road from Kentucky Fried. Why aren't we saying the same thing then? No, don't build this building until we get the beach sorted out. Okay, so I'm not disagreeing with you. Hold on a second. I'm not disagreeing with you.
I'm speaking about this in a whole, right? I'm not speaking of this or looking at one building. I'm saying this in a whole, right? So I mentioned to you yesterday, right, that government has not spent any money, right? The Cayman Islands money, right, that is below budget or on budget, right? It's always been run over, right? Okay, and yet still we leave our Caymanian citizens, right, to rot and stay in low-income houses and talk about the same issues for 30 years. So I think Caymanians are simply frustrated with being left behind, right? Okay, and then they tend to want to fight against everything that you're trying to do now. But realistically, there's nothing that the government of the day has put forward that with a real plan and a real ending.
And all I'm saying is, if your argument is correct, that Caymanians are frustrated, lack of planning, the expenditures and blah, 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 if that is the reason they're fighting against the piers, then why aren't we fighting against all the buildings that are being built?
Well, I think most Caymanians are. Most Caymanians are. Most Caymanians are watching these things happen. And at the end of the day, right, they're fighting against all the buildings, they're fighting against the road going east end because you have more buildings and everything grow up there, and people been arguing about whatever buildings are building on West Bay is in planning board. It takes 2-3 years to get anything through now. Right? Okay, I had a project going through. It took 2 years. Right? So because of objections, because people are sick of being built and being left behind. So what I'm saying to you, right, is we sit down here and we're painting one picture, but we need to look at this thing holistically. Right? If you build a plane, you have tons of cruise ships here. How much beaches they can go on right now? One beach. The public beach. What is supposed to be for the people when it was done over, that's the people's beach. Right? Okay? Then they've never sorted out the issue. No government has tackled the issue of how you selling goods and how you can do this on the beach, and you have panhandling going out there. Right? It's quite ridiculous. Okay.
Well, I think the cruise tourists go to the same places. Tourists go on the beach, they go to the Turtle Center, they go to Stingray City, and whatever other attractions are out there. I don't think they go any place different.
I'm just saying, if we're going to do something, we simply need to sit down and have a proper plan behind what we do. We can't just go out there and say they're going to build a port, and then this is where the people can go, leave town in shambles, because it is in shambles. It's ridiculous that it is that way, but that's how it is. And everybody think putting pavers in the road is revitalizing town. I don't see that.
And all I'm going to say to you on that is I completely agree that those are issues that have to be addressed. But I actually believe that my mind and most people's mind and actions can actually go ahead and say, you know what, we need to sort out this issue with vendors on the beach and actually still be working on building a pier at the same time. I actually believe that's possible.
Well, maybe so, but
Yeah,
you still
I
have the
think so.
issues of the beaches. You still have the issues with all this other stuff. I mean, it is to me, it is ridiculous, and people just simply don't trust the government anymore because of the lack of accountability and how to spend the people's money. I mean, we look at all these different issues that is happening here. I mean, look at the school that they want to build in Cayman, for Christ's sake. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you about the school.
I mean, look at that, right? And then we look at the mental health facility. How much money we spent and overspent on that? I mean, you can name the project, right?
Yeah.
The airport, right? You still get wet out there, for Christ's sake. Is that planning? That's not planning. The thing was obsolete before it was finished, right? Okay, so these are the things that and then we talk about.
So quickly, let me ask you a question. Quickly, like the other callers said, then, if we don't trust the government, what's the plan? I mean, because we shouldn't trust the government to do anything.
Well, as I said, right?
Mm-hmm.
As I said,
yeah,
we need to simply, and I said it yesterday, I believe, or the day before. We had a chance during COVID to reset. That didn't happen. Every government, every person I go, we need a reset. Nothing happened. Okay?
Right.
Zero things happen. So we are where we are at this point. Now we have to judge whoever is there on the merit of what they leave behind.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And then you need to ask yourself, Ellio, Austin, could your son come home and buy a piece of land and have a house in Cayman Islands? Right? Could they afford it?
Very
Could
difficult.
your grandchildren afford it?
Very
right?
difficult.
So we need to sit down and look at these things. And we need to simply stop, and I'll keep saying it, we need to stop voting for who we like and who will do the job.
Agree with that.
The testosterone, fortitude, and I'm not saying that against women that are running. I'm just saying that have the gall to do things that is right for this island, right? And it's all Caymanians at the head of these things, but yet still we are all left behind, right? So I just think that Caymanians simply are frustrated. I am frustrated that when I sit down and look that children coming out of school can't look forward to buying a house, probably would never own a house, probably would never buy a piece of land, and then they're relegated to possibly getting a low-income house. It's ridiculous to me. Right? So that's the kind of things that I am frustrated about, right? And I guarantee if I am frustrated about it, I think other Caymanians are frustrated about the same thing.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So that's all I'm saying, Ellio. I just think, and you must agree, right, that there's no projects here that had proper planning and done properly and had a clear view of where you want to be and how you're going to get there, right? And the money that are spent, and here's what we're going to do, right? For the life of me, I simply cannot understand it, right? And it's just like if Cayman Islands government was a business, okay, out there competing, they'd shut today.
Well, Carl, I don't disagree with a lot of the things that you're saying, but what I see on the other hand is, for example, I used the example earlier with the pensions. When you're going to move forward with the pension, that you're trying to give Caymanians the opportunity to be able to have that home ownership, for example, it's going to be your own fighting against it, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm simply saying I can't possibly conflate the issues. I can't make it that I'm going to bring all these things that are going wrong as a means to justify to sit and say, hold on, something is being served to Caymanians. I'm going to fight that as well because all these other things aren't right. And all I'm simply saying is we are in agreement with all the problems that you're identifying. But I believe that we have the mental capability to be able to sit and to say, that thing there is good for Caymanians and I'm going to fight for it. Yes, all these other things need to be sorted out. But I'm going to fight for this because it is good for Caymanians. And let's work towards solving the problems. And surely we cannot take the position that, hey, you know, nobody can trust the government about anything because, as the previous caller would have identified, if we take that position, then nothing is going to happen because you won't trust the government.
That's the position they're in right now.
Okay, well then I guess Caymanians, Caymanians going to love it the way it is.
So what I'm saying to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
How long have we been talking about this pier now?
We've been talking about it a long time.
Okay.
Progress is something that's very slow, my friend, obviously.
Great. So has it been a clear view of where this government or any other successive government at building the port want to be? And say, here, what we're going to do, we're going to build the port, we're going to revitalize town this way, not just paving roads, we're going to give incentives to people to build these and make people live in town and build shops and blah, 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 blah. And Caymanians will be able to buy in town because of X and X. Nobody has painted a view of that. So if you're just going to go and say, I'm going to build a pier, what are you going to do with Georgetown Port? Are we still going to operate it in the manner that it is? Right? I mean, Georgetown Port right now, and this is something, Georgetown Port right now has one crane offloading ships that food and stuff coming in the island, you know. One crane.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you with that.
Island. So we sit down here and we leave these things. That's what I'm saying. So we sit down here, and that's the crane that is operating and offloading every good that comes in this island. And we have one crane in operation, right? Okay, and all those things need to be upgraded, and this is what we do. So those are the lack of planning and lack of stuff I think that we do here and expect, right? And whoever making these decisions, it's simple fact about you not making the right decisions, right? So any planning that government doing, you must admit, it hasn't been any clear view of where they want to be 50 years, 40 years, 30 years, 10 years from now, where we want to be at, right? And every successive government stick with that plan, right? It hasn't happened.
Yeah, I've been hearing about that since the 70s, but yeah, I hear what you're
exactly my point. So it hasn't happened. So therefore, it either shows the lack of Caymanians itself coming together and having a clear view of where they want the rest of Caymanians to go. That's what it shows, right? Or nobody knows what they're doing.
All right, sir.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Thanks a lot for your call and your comments. And I just want to take issue with that last remark that no government has presented a comprehensive argument for or against cruise tourism. And this is not just because I was a part of the administration, but I personally believe, and having been around this conversation for almost as long as we've been having it, both of us have, I believe the last administration, 17 to 2021, presented the most comprehensive national discussion on the topic. We had a plan. We knew the methodology of the plan. We knew where the location was. And we knew who was going to pay for it and what it would cost. We knew also that we needed to revitalize Georgetown. We had an engaging discussion on should Georgetown be pedestrian only, or should we share it between pedestrian and vehicular traffic? So in my humble opinion, we had this comprehensive discussion laid on the table, regardless of what side you supported. But it was comprehensive, and I argue perhaps it was the most comprehensive conversation we've had on cruise tourism since we've been having this discussion. But we do have another comment from WhatsApp.
Well, let me just say very quickly.
Yes.
I mean, it's WhatsApp, so definitely not. You definitely don't have them waiting too long, was it?
No, we don't want to have anyone waiting too long.
But very quickly to support your argument. First of all, I think the progressives did an excellent job in terms of what they did with respect to the peers. So let's just be clear about that. And I'm definitely not progressive, right?
No, absolutely. Well, you're progressive-minded, but you may not wear red.
I meant in terms of the party.
Yes.
But they did a good job. But you can understand where the caller is going, where that caller is going, and a lot of persons are going there. It never ends, because even with respect to what was presented there, and this is where I need more data. I need more data. I need more information, because even where you went would not have been far enough.
Yes.
Because then they're calling about, but what's going to happen with the beach, and what about the vendors? How you're conflating all these things? Yes. It's like that's what kind of a plan is that, by the way?
Quite right.
Like a 500-page plan that no one's going to read.
Quite right.
And you would still boil down to having trust that what's in the 500-page plan actually is going to work.
Yes.
You know, at some point in time, what is it? You need to cut the mustard, cut the pudding, crap or get off the pot.
Yeah.
It's only so much. I think it was a good job. And again, you hear all this call for information because, amongst other things, people want you to provide more so they can have more to complain about.
Sure.
At the end of the day, my saying is, before we take the call, is nobody worth their salt. I've lost one ear now, but nobody worth their salt.
You're in stereo.
When someone is thirsty, is going to deny them water simply because it's not being served in a cup.
Yes.
If my friend Austin is thirsty and all I have is a pot to give him water in, I'm going to give it to you in a pot because you're thirsty. And what I see is Caymanians either fighting against each other and, in worst case, fighting against themselves.
Sure, absolutely. And let me say to that, overall, we need to decide as a jurisdiction, as a country, what our national priorities are, and then create and formulate a plan to address those national priorities. And luckily enough, we are at that time of the year where it is an opportunity to start to hopefully fine-tune what those national issues are. But you, the listening audience, obviously are a big part of it. Let's go to a comment from the WhatsApp pages. My brothers, cruise tourism is vital to tourism and important for our islands. But we have many, many more pressing issues, and national elections are quickly looming. Please do not turn this talk show solely into a cruise tourism platform. We are outnumbered in our country, almost 3-1, and have the highest cost of living in the Western Hemisphere. While we are plagued by our overdevelopment from private investors, and yet we still do not have a national development plan. The plethora of issues abound, and they are begging to be debated from a neutral and experienced platform. This is your opportunity to let the voices of your people be heard. Let's not continue to divide our people by only debating the controversial and polarizing issues like cruise tourism. Please, let's talk more about what is negatively impacting all Caymanians on a daily basis in an effort to find solutions and solidarity, something this and past governments have failed to do. And I'd certainly take on board that listener's viewpoint and comments, and I can certainly say to them in all assurance and complete confidence that it is the plan and objective of this program to engage those wider and broader issues. But sometimes you have to sail in the direction the wind takes you. And we've had a number of callers pick up on this topic, and we are, by all means, following that train of thought. But there are, obviously, a number of pressing issues as well. But I see you wrestling and nudging in your seat, so you want to say something.
Austin, first of all, again, I would remind persons, the number is 745-2626. If you want to talk about a topic, sexual harassment, cost of living, anything you want to talk about, you can call and we'll happily talk about it.
Yes.
Right? But let's be clear, we're actually right pretty much now just on the dawn of an election.
Yes.
And there is a referendum.
Yes.
And I don't know why, but it's not surprising that you'll be discussing the 3 issues on the referendum.
Correct.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
And then in addition to that, you'll also be discussing the candidates who are running. Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
But I completely agree with all the cost of living issues. But here's where the problem is. What people are saying now is we need this big comprehensive plan. Let me tell you what you think will happen to any government that gets in there. And their sole objective is to come up with a big national development plan. They'll be out of office quick o'clock. All you got nothing saying, didn't talk about plan. We need action is what they'll be saying.
Sure.
And at some point in time, you have to be able to sit and say, listen, I know, listen, and I get the COVID in a minute. You know the little proverbial story with the dam, the little boy has to stick his finger in there and stop the water? Are you really going to tell me that, I see flooding, there's water there, the boat needs bailing, but hey, can't really bail the boat right now? Because we need a comprehensive plan on this thing. I mean, what about the engine? What happens if the engines fall off?
Right.
What happens if you spring another leak?
Yes.
What happens if you drop that anchor? At the end of the day, listen, bail. That's what we have to do. Sometimes you just have to sit and say, here's what is within my sphere of influence today.
Yes.
Here's what I can fix today.
Yes.
I completely agree with cost of living. Let's talk about cost of living then.
Sure.
And don't you see that all of these things are interconnected?
Well, I would just say, as we started, and again, we can only create a plan and follow that plan. We started this program on Monday, and perhaps the writer to that WhatsApp note hadn't tuned in on Monday, but we stated quite clearly that we're going to strive to stay away from the political and the political personality commentary until after nomination day, because that's when we will know officially who will make up the race towards April 30th, 2025. But in the meantime, there are 3 referendum questions also going to be asked in that national vote that we don't believe, and obviously from the quality of conversation and contributions that come in, has not been properly ventilated in the public domain. Certainly hasn't, a public education campaign has not been done in an open forum on any of these subjects. And we feel it is important that if we are to do our part as journalists and talk show hosts, that we open up a dialogue on these 3 questions as a matter of importance. And yes, as we've talked about, we intend to bring persons in perhaps more closely attached to these issues, but we can only extend an invitation. We can't force them to come into our door and sit down in a chair and talk about it today. Secondly, and I just want to say this again to your and others saying we cannot talk about cruise tourism or tourism in general unless we have a comprehensive plan. 2 things. Number one, we had a comprehensive plan less than 4 years ago, but we didn't like that conversation because I guess it was too much information. But secondly, and more importantly, when we examine the questions that are being asked in the referendum, the government of the day did not have a plan, didn't even have, the beginning of a plan to even present to Joe public. So what they said was, we are looking for a steer. We are trying to determine what will be the national issues, the priority issues for this country. And instead of fighting about them ourselves, instead of offering them up for public consultation, we'll put it to a vote once and for all. Do you believe the country should have cruise berthing facilities? Do you believe the country should develop a national lottery? Do you believe the country should decriminalize certain small amounts of marijuana, cannabis, or ganja, depending on what, however you call it? But those are the questions. And they're not suggesting in those questions we have a plan and this is what we're going to debate. I believe that will come afterwards. But where cruise berthing is concerned, again, I have lived through a comprehensive plan, and arguably we squandered that opportunity as well. Sometimes I'm left scratching my head as to what Joe Public really, really wants. And in most cases, I think we just don't want progress, but we want to complain about it.
I think Steve Jobs made a famous statement. It was something to the effect that people don't know what they want until you give it to them. And, listen, in fairness and with respect to everyone, let's just talk about cost of living. We chatted about that yesterday, I think it was, or the day before. You made a comment, and you're quite correct. The real estate, for example, is one of the fundamental things that will drive cost up.
Yeah.
Okay? So now where we get there, we realize that you have an institution, let's say the real estate agents, and what is their job in the real estate agent, as a real estate agent? I want to tell you what it is. It's pretty simple.
Sell properties.
You sell properties, and not just sell them. You sell them for as high as you can. And why? Because you are incentivized to do so.
Yeah,
that's how you make your commission.
Yeah.
And if they can take a $50,000 piece of land and sell it for $500,000, so they will, but it drives the cost up. So are you telling me now that, hey, don't jump in there, don't try to solve that problem with the real estate agent? Let's address this holistically first.
Quite right.
No.
745-2626 is the number. Join the conversation. The floor is open to you, the listening audience, to participate and join this conversation. 745-2626. You're listening to Straight Talk with Austin and Ellio. We're going to pause, take a short commercial break, but time now to check in with the BBC here on 89.1 FM.
With you in mind, we have your style. Find what you need down every aisle. You want saving, selection, and quality. That's why we're your home store. Home store. The way to make a home. The way to make a home.
Ready to elevate HR for your team? Cayman HR has you covered. Let us streamline your people processes so you can focus on growing your business. As gold partner for top HR software Bamboo HR, we now offer an integrated payroll solution, KPay. Designed specifically for the Cayman Islands, we can simplify your payroll and save you precious time. With KPay and Bamboo HR, managing your team has never been easier. Visit caymanhr.com to learn more today. Cayman HR. When it comes to people, we've got your back.
Have your engine driving like never before with Pure 93, the highest pure octane fuel in Cayman, and available exclusively at Rubis service stations. Pure 93 protects against engine knock, restores lost power and acceleration, cleans fuel injectors, intake valves, removes engine deposits, improves your fuel economy, and it meets international specification requirements for your car. Fill up with Pure 93 now and keep your engine running like new. Fuel the difference with Pure 93, available exclusively at Rubis.
Hello, pet parents. We're Cayman Vets, Cayman's most advanced veterinary clinic providing quality care and services. We are committed to being your pet's advocate and friend, offering a lifetime of care. From vaccinations and wellness checks to more advanced surgical procedures, complicated medical concerns, and emergency care on demand. For more information about us or to get in touch, please visit caymanvets.com. Cayman Vets, where compassion meets excellence.
ABC News with Sue Montgomery. Donald Trump has repeated his threat to impose sweeping taxes on imports from other countries, saying that America's allies are often worse than its enemies on trade. Speaking in the Oval Office, he singled out the European Union, whose policies, he said, had been brutal on U.S. exporters. Mr. Trump said he'd ordered officials to come up with new tariffs that could be quickly withdrawn for countries that modified its restrictions on American goods. He also said that companies had the option to move their manufacturing operations to America.
They can build a factory here, a plant or whatever it may be here, and that includes the medical, that includes cars, that includes chips, and semiconductors. If you build here, you have no tariffs whatsoever. And I think that's what's going to happen. I think our country is going to be flooded with jobs.
President Trump has welcomed India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the White House for talks covering trade, immigration and defence. He said India would be buying significant amounts of oil and gas from the US and that the two countries would be making some wonderful deals. The NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte has called for Western unity as a rift opens up between Europe and the US on how to end the war in Ukraine. President Trump's approach to peace talks with Russia has stunned officials in Kiev and across Europe. US officials have already said Ukraine won't get all its territory back or be allowed to join NATO. With his thoughts from Kiev, here's Jeremy Bowen.
When he starts negotiating seriously, President Trump might find that it's impossible to bridge the gap between Ukraine and Russia's positions. President Zelensky wants Russia to pull out of Ukraine and to deter any future invasions by joining NATO. Both Mr. Trump and Mr. Putin seem to agree that neither will happen. President Putin says he'll end the war if Russia keeps the land it has captured and gets more as Ukraine becomes neutral and demilitarized. That is an ultimatum, not a peace proposal.
President Trump has said it was a mistake for Russia to be thrown out of the G7 group after Moscow annexed Ukraine's Crimea region in 2014. He said he would love Russia to rejoin the group. The G7 is an organization of the world's 7 largest economies. German police have given more details about the Afghan man arrested in Munich after he drove into a crowd, injuring 28 people. They say the suspect is a failed asylum seeker who has been in Germany since 2016. The incident comes during a general election campaign in which immigration and asylum are key issues. World News from the BBC. Police in Belgium have fired tear gas and water cannon at crowds who'd gathered to protest against government austerity measures. The country's new Prime Minister, Bart de Wever, has promised to cut public spending, including a reduction in pensions, in order to reduce the country's budget deficit. Parliament in France has voted to ban single-use e-cigarettes. The new law says it aims to protect the health of the youngest and put an end to the production of polluting waste. French MPs say that e-cigs packaging and flavours target young people and they are a gateway to smoking tobacco. Lebanese media say officials at Beirut International Airport have refused an Iranian passenger plane permission to land, following allegations that the airline had regularly smuggled in cash for Hezbollah. The move follows a claim by Israel that the money was being used to help the Iran-backed group rebuild after its war with Israel. A Chilean man has spoken of how he thought he was dead after being swallowed whole by a whale before being spat out. Adrian Simancas was kayaking off Chile's southern coast with his father, who managed to capture the entire incident on camera. Jacob Evans reports.
You've come home from a day paddling around in your kayak off the coast of Chilean Patagonia. It was pleasant, albeit slightly grey. Oh, and you've been swallowed whole by a humpback whale. If it wasn't caught on camera, Adrian Simancas' friends and family may have thought he was making it up. But that's exactly what happened. Adrian can be seen bobbing along before suddenly a whale breaches from beneath, its mouth wide open. It plunges down into the ocean, taking Adrian with it. Thankfully, humpbacks eat krill, plankton and fish, and it quickly spat him out, and he reappears on the surface seconds later. Despite the scare, both he and his father returned to the shore uninjured.
BBC News.
The views and opinions expressed on Straight Talk with Austin and Ellio do not necessarily reflect or represent the views of Stingray Media, its staff, or contributors. Callers to the program accept full responsibility for the views expressed. The show host and affiliates are not liable for any statements made or any harm claimed. All callers to the program indemnify Straight Talk from all claims. Offensive, defamatory, or unlawful content will not be tolerated. Be a part of the conversation by calling 745-2626. Now, here's Straight Talk with Austin and Ellio on Bobo FM.
And welcome back, K-Man, to more Straight Talk here on 89.1 FM as we move into our final segment. Again, reminding you the program is brought to you every weekday, Monday through Friday from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. Right here on 89.1 FM, but also streaming live on YouTube and Instagram. On Instagram via the Rec Room 345. 745-2626 is the number. We had at least one caller trying to get through during the break. Just encouraging callers of the program, if you're listening in, just wait till we come back on the air and obviously then start dialing your number and we will try to get to you as soon as possible. But if it's important to you, it's important to us. Also, if calling isn't your thing, but you want to send us a voice note or even just type us a message, you can send a quick note to our WhatsApp channel, 928-2562. We have a caller on the line. Let's go to the phone line. Good evening, caller. You're on the air.
Good evening. Yesterday I was listening to your program and you were talking about a level playing field and for politicians running for office. And I think I completely agree with everything you mentioned yesterday. Mm-hmm. But on this matter of a port, it'd be nice if there was a level playing field. You've got so many influencers financially and the government using our money to push this their views, and it would be nice if there were a level playing field, if government would issue money to those that are opposed to the port. You know, we've got something so unique here. We've got this gorgeous, crystal clear harbor, and I think you're going to find that the people don't want to lose that, and that we don't want mega ships in port that produce, an average size cruise ship in an hour at idle produces the same pollution as 300,000 automobiles, gasoline automobiles at idle. We don't want that. And I think you're going to find that. And I also find it interesting that it is a non-binding vote, which means the government can do, I assume, whatever they are told to or want to following this. So a level playing field, equal time would be wonderful. I'm glad that you've invited people on the opposition side to come speak to you. I'm surprised they haven't, but I think they will. And I think you're going to find the public, the average resident, even Caymanian, I don't think we want to lose what makes us unique. Cruise ship business is strong. I'm down there all the time. There's 3, 4, 2 cruise ships every single day. And I think there's people that back the politicians, and obviously the cruise industry out of the States is heavily involved in this decision and throwing money at it left and right. Now, you guys talked about a level playing field financially for people entering the election process, and it would be really refreshing to see that in this case.
Well, you want to have a dialogue? Because my question would be is what makes you think that it's not a level playing field? Like, do you know tell us how you know that.
How much money is government putting into pushing for the port? They've made it abundantly clear they're all behind this. That's our money, correct?
Well, the government has spent no money yet. They're not campaigning.
And tell me, are you receiving any money for being a proponent of this? Have you been promised anything? ACT nor myself are promised anything. Have you asked CPR and Sustainable Cayman if they're getting something? From who?
That's what I'm asking you. Did you ask them?
No, I didn't. But who would be financially supported? Is this a level playing field? That would be my question. Government has access to our funds.
No, but this is what I'm saying. So let me just say this. If you're saying and suggesting that it's not a level playing field.
Correct.
Which means that in order for you to suggest that it's not a level playing field, this is where I have a problem. There's a lot of suggestion, but where's the facts? That means you should be able to tell me that you know as a fact that CPR is not getting money, for example, and that you know as a fact that ACT is. It would have to be something like that in order for you to factually suggest that it's not a level playing field. Do you have those facts?
Sir, I don't have access to those facts.
Exactly. So you can't make the statement you're making that you want a level playing field. That's suggesting that it's not a level playing field.
Well, here's what I'm suggesting is And we know who the big players are.
Who's that?
We know who owns most of the shops in Georgetown. We know who is also financially backing many of the politicians. They've got an agenda, and I just think it's common sense. I don't have access to those facts.
No, well, I can tell you. Let me give you another one on the flip side. Let me give you another one on the flip side. Okay? One of the persons right now who is running Sustainable Cayman used to work for the National Trust. Their spouse works for the tender business. The tender business makes at least $7 to $9 million every year from cruise tourism.
And employs many Caymanians.
Yes.
Correct?
And we're on the issue of funding right now. So how do you therefore know, because you're talking about businesses downtown, how do you know that they didn't get funds from the tender business?
Well,
I think as one of the callers said today, you should declare your bias.
I'm just a citizen and a resident. But I can tell you, I think it's going to be surprising to those that are pushing this agenda when they learn, just like the last time we had a referendum or almost had a referendum, people in Cayman don't want a pier in that harbor. They don't want silt in that harbor. They want to be able to snorkel and dive in that harbor that they played in as children. Who wins? Who wins by this?
You see, again, I'm going to ask you, caller, with the greatest respect, how can you say that Caymanians don't want it? On what empirical evidence are you basing that?
Sir, we're going to find out, aren't we?
Yes. Well, then say that. But don't say that Caymanians don't want it.
What I said was I think you're going to find out that Caymanians don't want it, and that's the reason for a vote.
And about diving in the port, there's not a lot of diving in the port.
That's not true.
Okay, but you have to get a permit for it. You can't just go diving in the port.
Sir, what about Eden Rock? What about
Eden Rock is Eden Rock.
House?
That's not the port area.
Well, yeah, but when you start bringing mega ships in and tying them up to a dock with bow thrusters, that's going to silt up and destroy that harbor. It's not going to be the picturesque, quaint little harbor that people enjoy now. And I speak to people that are coming in off the cruise ship, and I'm in the tourist industry, and I ask them, how was that boating experience? And it's not the people that are on the cruises that are pushing.
But you raised a very good question. Can I just pick you up on
Please,
it? Dialogue, right?
Absolutely.
You just said when the ships are there tied to the port with their thrusters on, right?
Yeah.
So you have a problem with the thrusters, right? It's going to be negative for the environment.
I don't now because they don't exist, but it is going to be negative for the environment.
No, but this is where you're wrong, because the cruise ships are presently dropping anchors, and they have to use their thrusters in order to be stabilized out there in the harbor. Hold on. It's just the opposite of what you're saying. It's just the opposite of what you're saying. When they're tied to a pier, that's when they don't need the thrusters.
But, when they get off the pier, they're going to use their thrusters, sir. I also work in the yachting industry.
Well, let's just say...
honestly, now where they're anchoring is way offshore. It's destroyed. I've dove that area. It's horrible. It's hideous. But just because we've destroyed a lot of the harbor, I don't think that the intelligent citizen wants to see the rest of it destroyed, sir. I got to go.
Yeah, right. Thanks for the
please
call.
continue the dialogue.
No, thank you very much for your comments. And, I will just pick up on the caller's side of this conversation just for a moment. Sure. He's absolutely right. On April 30th, when voters go to the polls, they will have an opportunity to, perhaps for the first time, answer this question definitively at the national level, whether or not we as a country believe we should have cruise berthing facilities or not. And I will take Ellio's point that until that national vote is held, no one can say one way or the other definitively and factually what the country believes in. Second of all, whilst the caller made the point that the referendum is non-binding, and again, as two former MPs, I think I'm experienced enough to say this, that should the country decide in significant numbers, registered voters now, who control the futures of otherwise would-be elected politicians, if registered voters choose to say no in strong and significant numbers that says that the majority opinion, one way or the other, is a no or a yes, then I don't believe any government, any politician worth their salt or otherwise seeking election would seek to go and push against the grain of having it.
Absolutely.
Unless, of course, you're McKeever Bush. He'll tell you he needs it, and if he's elected premier again, he can do it again. But again, he is telling you up front that this is what he's going to do. But I think in large part, whether this referendum is binding or not, the representative and or future politicians will honor the viewpoints of the registered voters on all three questions.
Agreed. The operative word is legal. It is not legally binding, but it is politically binding. We had the CPR that bought a referendum, and the referendum, let's bear in mind, the referendum was actually calling, the people initiated referendum. That petition was calling for a referendum to be held.
Yeah.
And simply because that happened and it was carried by the no voter, the naysayers, didn't everybody say that this is too controversial? They don't want to even discuss it? They only changed last minute.
Mm-hmm.
So can you imagine if you get a no vote? It is nothing's going to happen. And let me just say something, Austin. I know how it's supposed to work. Really, that caller is supposed to call in and say whatever he wants to say. And I'm supposed to be a nice guy. Just let you say whatever you want to say without dialogue. But this is precisely why CPR doesn't want to have a debate. Sustainable Cayman doesn't want to have a debate because they don't want to have the facts presented. And let's just go over some of the things the caller said. The caller said that the thrusters will damage the environment when they're tied to the piers. But he's wrong. I'm just sorry. I'm not being mean to you. You are wrong. The thrusters are off because they're tied to a pier. You don't need them. It is when they're out there floating and the only thing that's stabilizing them is an anchor. That's when they have to use their thrusters. And that's precisely what's going on now. So again, he's wrong. There's no other nice way to put it. So if I have to be a nice guy, let me say thanks for calling, greatly appreciate it, but factually you are incorrect.
Well, indeed. And certainly that is, your point of view.
Definitely.
In many cases,
100%.
certainly, I think that point of view is based in a lot of fact. However, let me say this, and I mean this, and I know you agree with it. Straight Talk proposes itself to return objectivity to radio. Yes, we have our stated opinions and viewpoints on a majority of issues, and certainly we know where we stand on them, but that in no means suggests that we are not open to engaging in dialogue. And I would just simply say, obviously to you, who's largely leading the pro-conversation side of things for obvious reasons, that we seek to have this dialogue. And I know you understand this. And likewise for the callers who may take an opposing view, we need to have dialogue on this because it is for those Caymanians and registered voters who don't call in, but are tuning in so that they can better understand both sides of this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I have no qualms in saying it, that our doors are open to those who are for it and those who are against it. We're happy to discuss either sides of it. However, whenever we believe that an opinion is dominating the commentary over the facts, then we are going to offer some course correction. As I said earlier on, you're entitled to your own opinion, but you're not entitled to your own
And this
facts.
is where I think, to one of our callers this afternoon, Mr. Leacock specifically, I don't think he minds me calling his name. I think he might have called it on air.
Yes.
Is the fact that we should be able to be having this discussion, especially where you have two groupings, which is good to have two different groupings trying to get their points across. This is where you should be able to be having a sit down and a discussion where, as I mentioned at the very beginning of the program, that the listening public should be able to hear the back and forth from both sides at the same time. It can be what they call moderated by an objective person. I think one of the proposals was someone like Tammy Solomon. I think we know she's objective. And this is precisely what a good moderator would do. Because a good moderator is going to hear one side say thrusters, no thrusters, and be able to say, I can objectively tell you.
Fact-checking moment.
Let me, engage in a fact-checking moment that you are incorrect. You are factually incorrect, that thrusters will not be used at the piers. They'll be used when they're out there tied with an anchor. And therefore, somebody can be seeing someone as a totally objective individual doing the corrections. But they don't want that, and they don't want that for obvious reasons. Because what they want to throw out is lots of suggestions as if it is facts. And there is a completely level playing field. The government's not spending any money right now. The government's not doing anything about the pro-peer position. I'm still waiting. And where you want to try to suggest again, like CNS did with the David versus Goliath, again, that's simply not the case. But let's talk about marijuana. Let's talk about cost of living. Let's talk about beach vendors, whatever. In the 2 minutes we have left.
Well, actually, I want to take us back to the National Conservation Council and the current makeup in the 7 minutes that we have left, because certainly, whilst we both, again, agree that the road, the east-west arterial into Frank Sound, is it Frank Sound? Yeah, Frank Sound, should be built. And again, anyone who lives east of Prospect would, I believe, agree with this.
Just by the way, I live off Linford Pearson Highway, and I have to wait to get there. The traffic.
No, absolutely. I'm sure.
Just so you know.
I'm not discounting anyone who lives, east of Tropical Gardens.
Everyone's impacted.
But, if you've got to connect to go to town and you have to drive to Linford Pearson, at some point in time, unless you're getting up before 7 o'clock in the morning, you feel the traffic. And even with the new road, let's face it, even with the new road, whilst I believe it will get a bulk of the traffic a lot faster out of the eastern districts, we still have the bottlenecks, at the usual junctions that we still have to deal with, I think that will also bring in the conversation. If you can go under, go over. We've been talking about overpasses. We've been talking about, railways and whatnot. Those are millions and millions and millions of dollars in the future. But again, are we going to have a holistic conversation on what will improve traffic? And how do you have a conversation on improving traffic if you don't include the number of cars you import every year? But I digress.
It's relevant.
It is relevant, but this is all part of the wider conversation. On the National Conservation Council, let me state emphatically that I also am a strong believer that there is no good reason, and there has not been proven to me yet any good reason why we should gut the National Conservation Act and some of the tenets included in it. I believe we run the risk very easily in an economy that is largely built off of development to destroy everything we see. There have been climate deniers, climate change deniers, both here and abroad. And we have seen in this country the value of the mangrove forest, for example, along the beach line. Don't believe me? Look at South Sound before and after Hurricane Ivan, and tell me whether or not mangroves did not serve as a buffer to protect that stretch of road. So there is no justification in my mind for gutting wholesale the National Conservation Law. We have an obligation, if not for ourselves, but certainly for future generations. I want my son and my grandchildren to die of conch and lobster the same way I did. And if we do not care for the natural environment and just say willy-nilly, let's destroy it, then that's what we're going to get. But you cannot, at the same token, mind you, care about the environment and say nothing should be done about the one single largest threat to the environment in this country, and that being the landfill. The leaching into the North Sound and the threat to our otherwise groundwater. The only concern that I have with the makeup of the changes to the National Conservation Council, is the removal of persons with adequate knowledge and or expertise in a chosen selected area, aka the scientists. We presume that scientists will be, again, if your goal is just the facts, then scientists of all people are saying if they can't prove it, measure it, or otherwise analyze it, then they don't believe it's real. And again, I digress. You can have this conversation about what the scientists think about religion and spirituality. You can't measure, you can't touch, you can't feel God, but so therefore, he can't be real. Right. Again, that's your opinion. And I respect, and I've worked with the majority of persons who make up that National Conservation Council, but I believe I can also state without fear of contradiction that none of those persons have ever defended the, conservation and protecting the environment. Quite to the contrary. They believe that things should be developed, and again, things like roads, which are nationally important, because, just like a tree and fauna are endangered, so too are citizens and people, and, it's people that moves commerce. So I am concerned when we remove otherwise experienced technocrats from a board as important as the National Conservation Council and replace them with largely persons who do not have relevant experience. That concerns me, and I would say that about anyone. But do I believe these persons would, a lot of them former MPs, will they purposefully go out and throw a spanner in the works because they simply don't share the same opinion as a scientist? I also don't believe that. I know Arden McLean. I know Ezra Miller. I know Gilbert McLean extremely well. And I do not believe these three individuals, the chairman as being Gilbert McLean, will, do any more damage than perhaps others. But I do question the lack of expertise in an area and whether or not he would do, for example, as good of a job or make as many strong recommendations as others who have, again, specific focus experience in these areas. That's my only concern, but I throw it on the table and I say it openly before my friends who obviously make up this committee.
I'll give you two good quotes, Austin. The word of God, which I believe you subscribe to as well, says that a wise king surrounds himself with 1,000 counselors. A wise king surrounds himself with 1,000 counselors. Didn't say that the 1,000 counselors should sit in the seat of the king. Winston Churchill, which we all know, good, great guy, right? He says experts should be on top and not on top. If you need experts, you call the experts. But you know who I want in the kitchen? You know who I want in the kitchen making the decision? A wise person who wants to work for me and for the people that belong to this country. That's who I want in the kitchen. If he needs or she needs an expert, then just get the expert. But I say put them on top and not necessarily on top. And in terms of gutting, I definitely don't believe that you need to gut it because, first of all, I think it was Ms. Petrie herself that said 99% of the projects are going through. All the projects are going through. So obviously that council is not stopping it.
Yes.
So what's the issue?
That is the fact.
So then what's the issue?
Yes.
What's the issue with changing it out? What happens if I want to put experts on top instead of being on top? These are the same persons, to your point, that you've worked with, that we've had represent us in the highest positions the country has to make decisions. And if they could do it on behalf of the entire country, I'm pretty sure that they can do it on that council. So as long as they're wise enough kings to surround themselves with 1,000 councillors, they have my confidence, because what's most important to me is that I have people in there that have our best interests at heart. And they're wise enough to have the councillors.
Well, 16 seconds remaining. That is all we have the time for today. Thank you to our callers. Thank you for our WhatsApp contributors. But I'm your host, Austin Harris.
And I'm Ellio Solomon. And thank you very much for listening. Straight Talk, 89.1 FM tomorrow at 4:30.
The BBC on Bobo.